Sunfish Championships right here in Elizabeth Harbor, Exuma. Sorry for the delay in getting the commentary going, but we're rolling now. The sailors are midway through race 1. We have a fleet of 20 boats. One has broken down right before the start, so we have 19 on the water right now. This is race number 1. The boats are working their way back up to the windward mark for the second lap. The current leaders are Joss Knowles, Craig Ferguson, Dai Major, Emmett Knowles, and Tanaj Manos. Those are your top boats right now. Aiden Sumner is right up in the mix as well, but it's really tight at the top. When they came to the windward mark on the first lap, everybody was extremely close to each other, but now they have a long upwind leg from the gate all the way back up to the windward mark. Once they go around the windward mark a second time, they will go back down to the gate, and then they will come to the finish line. So on your screen right now, you can see that's Joss on the far right. So he's the current leader. Craig Ferguson just tacked, and Dai Major is the boat on starboard tack heading towards Craig right now. So those are the top 3 boats. All right, we're back. Sorry for that. But right here on your screen, at the bottom of the screen right there, we have Aiden Sumner and Rico Major out of the BNSS in Nassau. We saw Tanaj Manos a second ago. He was looked like he was in about 4th place. But it's still right now Joss, Craig, and Dai are your 3 current leaders, but the fleet is very close. Even after a long upwind, everybody is pretty close to each other, which shows you how even these guys are in skill. These are the best. I wouldn't even say junior sailors. I would say these are the best sailors in the Sunfish in the Bahamas right now. A couple of these guys just went to the World Championships, represented the Bahamas very well. When they sail against the adult veterans in the Open Championships, they usually perform at the same level or even above the veteran adult sailors. So just because it's the junior championship doesn't mean these are the lower caliber of sailors. Craig Ferguson is probably considered one of the best sailors in the Bahamas at this point. You can see him right there on your screen. He's got good hiking technique. He has his sail set up for the full rig. He's not going with the gens rig today. The gens rig is something you do to depower your sail in heavy wind. So most of the guys out there are carrying the gens rig just because if you're not really tall or really heavy, it's kind of hard to hold the boat down in the big breeze. And then also you're putting a lot of strain on the rigging and your mast if you're not depowering the boat a bit. So you can see Joss's sail, how there's a bit of a gap at the top of his mast there. That allows the top part of his sail to flex a little bit more in the breeze, depowers the sail. And you would think, you know, if you depower the sail, you're going to go slower, but that's actually not the case. It allows you to control the boat a little bit better. So there's Joss Knowles, current leader from the Exuma Sailing Club. Good race so far, great conditions. Very similar to last year. Last year we had very, very breezy conditions for the Junior Nationals. The kids sailed extremely well last year, and they're picking up right where they left off last year. We're so glad to be hosting this event again in Exuma in the beautiful Elizabeth Harbor. The drone pictures really do the harbor justice. It's not edited. It really is that blue, really is that beautiful. So if you ever have a chance to come and see it for yourself, I highly recommend it. And we want to thank Carson and his team at Gray's Media Productions for bringing us this live footage. And we're just going to let the guys sail here. I'll come back in a minute and walk you around the windward mark. The kids are approaching the final windward mark. Then they have to go back down, and then they'll come to the finish. So we'll be right back. All right, so we're moving down through the fleet here. You can see in the middle of the fleet, right there, I believe that's Rico. And then we are going towards the middle of the pack as we come down the fleet here. We're going to show you some of the Green Fleet sailors towards the back of the fleet right now. We actually have both groups sailing at the same time. So we have 5 in the Green Fleet. From Exuma, we have Tiandre Brown, Kaylee Burrows, and Kaylee Gray. And then from Nassau, we have Kai Harvey and Dwayne Bain in the, we're calling it the Emerald Fleet. So those 5 guys are actually sailing only against each other. They are sailing against the whole fleet, but they're going to be scored separately because they just don't have the same level of experience as some of the more advanced sailors. So this is kind of a warm-up regatta for them. So there'll be some trophies on the line for the Green Fleet. Right there, number 77. That's Dwayne Bain. So he might be your current leader in the Green Fleet. Him, and I would expect him and Tiandre Brown. Actually, no, I'm looking right now, and I see Tiandre is ahead of him. So Tiandre Brown from the Exuma Sailing Club is probably the leader in the Green Fleet right now. And then we have Kaylee Burrows. She's doing very well. She just painted her boat nice and pink right here on your screen, number 33. That's Kai Harvey. This is one of his first regattas, if not his first regatta, so he's doing amazing in these very breezy conditions. I know it can be intimidating coming out here in the waves and a new environment. Your sail's flapping all over the place. You're worried about tipping over, so he's actually doing really well. He had a bit of a collision right at the start. He was on port, and he ran into a guy on starboard, so he had to do 2 penalty turns, which kind of set him back a little bit. But he climbed back in really well. So right there you can see the green fleeters. We got Dwayne Bain and Kai Harvey very close to each other, and Kaylee Burrows is going across the two of them right now. So yeah, there you can see Dwayne Bain is tacking right now. Kaylee is right behind him, and Kai is at the bottom of your screen. So there's 3 of your green fleeters right there. Uh-oh. Looks like Dwayne lost his tiller. He's got to get it back, and Kaylee's going to roll over the top of him there. So there's the pink boat, Kaylee Burrows, doing very well. I think she's probably second. If you look up the course to those Bahamas-colored flags, I think that that Bahamas-colored flag right in the middle of your screen, I believe that's Tiandre Brown. So he's probably the leader in the green fleet right now. He's doing very, very well. But the boats are around the windward mark. Joss has maintained his lead. Craig Ferguson is right behind him. Dai's right behind him. Tanaj is right behind him. It's pretty close. So they're going to sprint all the way down to the gate now. There's Craig Ferguson on your screen, number 197. And then 5354 is Tanaj Manos. He's carrying his sail that he got at the Sunfish World Championships in Texas over the summer. So he is right there with them, about 4th place, right next to Dai Major. And number 12, Tyrese McKenzie, one of our new Opti sailors that just moved into the Sunfish. So he's a little on the small side, but he's doing really, really well in this breeze right now, which is impressive. And then this is either going to be Aiden Sumner or Rico Major. They have almost the exact same sail. It's red, white, and blue, but it's in a different order. So 5252 is Rico Major. He's got the red stripe down his boat, which means that other red, white, and blue sail right there, that's Aiden Sumner. And then we have another Bahamas-colored flag sail. I believe that's Keanu Hutchinson, probably number 16. He should be up near the front of the pack as well. Still looking for Emmett. Emmett should be somewhere in there. He's got a white sail, BAH 197. He was in the top 4 at the first mark, but I would expect him to be getting tired pretty soon because of all this breeze. He's probably the smallest guy out there, so he's working really hard. There, I think that's him right there, that white sail coming downwind. So not too surprised he's falling back a bit, because the more stamina it takes to keep your boat flat towards the end of the race, you're going to be getting a little more tired. So he's another Opti sailor that just moved into Sunfish. Right now, Joss is passing through the starting line by the trawler, so he is halfway to the gate right now. He's got maybe a 20-second lead on Craig Ferguson, so not enough to relax for sure. You got Craig, Dai, and Tanaj extremely close to each other for 3rd place, so that should be a good finish coming up to the end here. Well, thanks for joining us and watching the races. We're always glad to bring you some action. We're going to take a little break from the commentary. We'll be right back. All right, we're back with our drone footage. You can see the gate right there. And Joss is already on his upwind to the finish, and he seems to have increased the lead over Craig on the downwind, which I know that was an area that he had said he wanted to work on because Craig is generally one of the fastest downwind sailors. So if you want to hold him off, you better improve your downwind game. So far, so good for Joss and the Exuma Sailing Club looking to take race 1. There goes Craig around the gate now. So how the gate works is you have the option of going around either buoy. So if it's crowded in front of you and you don't like what you see, you can switch sides and go the other way. Or if you see, some pressure on the other side of the course or a big shift coming, you can choose to go on the other side. So right there, Dai is jibing. I'm betting he's going to split and he's going to go the other way because he figures those 3 guys went to the left. So what's the point in following them? He's going to go to the right and he's going to see if he can maybe get a shift or lift, and maybe he can catch some of those guys to the finish. So up there on your right side, you can see the big boat. That's the finish line. But Dai tacked back, so I don't know why you'd tack so fast if you were going to go to that other side of the course. And now he's got these other boats coming downwind. He's got to look out for them. They're going to give him some bad wind. So here's number 12, Tyrese McKenzie. Very, very impressive for him for his first Sunfish regatta in super heavy breeze. He's got the Gens rig on, so he's depowered, and he seems to be handling that boat very well. And now you can see Dai having to maneuver his way through all those boats, so a little bit of unnecessary traffic, I think. Looks like all these guys, this is Aiden, Enrico, and Keanu. They seem to all be coming to the same side. Keanu would probably, he'd be good to jive and go the other way. Doesn't make sense going around behind those guys and getting bad wind from them. So now Rico and Aiden are around, Keanu's around, and everyone's sprinting back up to the finish. I'm going to have to log off in just a second. We'll continue bringing you beautiful footage from the drone and the cameras, but I have to go and record the finishes in just a minute to make sure those remain accurate. You can see Emmett coming right towards you right here, 197 BAH. He's coming downwind, doing very well considering the breeze. If the wind does happen to lighten up, you'll see Emmett gain on the fleet a little bit, but in this breeze, he's definitely at a disadvantage. The boat is just too powerful for him. Look at that footage right there. Excellent work, Carson. You can see the boat from right down on top. You can see his maneuvering. You can see how he controls the main sheet and the tiller, never lets the sail flap, pulls it in, and is working back upwind. He's going to have to hike pretty much 100% all the way to the finish. But we got some more boats coming down. It looks like the Green Fleet is going to go to Tiandre Brown in race 1. So he is sailing extremely well. Definitely one of our newer sailors. He's been in the Sunfish for maybe about a year, but he's still pretty new. Hasn't sailed in a lot of competitions and regattas, so good for him to get his feet wet with this one right here. All right, there's 5263. Okay, sorry, she took the. Okay, that's Nash. That's Nash Cartwright right there. I recognize the hull. So he's another Opti sailor that just moved up into Sunfish. 09 is Adron Knowles from the Exuma Sailing Club. He's been doing the Sunfish for a little while, so good to see him up in the mix. But I'm going to go up and I'm going to record the finishes as they come through. We're going to let Carson take over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Josh Knowles that just came in first place. Right here, we have sale number 197. All right, so there goes your first, second, and third place finishers. Once again, you're tuned into the 2024 Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals taking place right here in the beautiful harbor in Exuma, Bahamas. Thank you so much for tuning in. We had some slight delays in getting the commentary set up this morning, but nonetheless, we are here. It is beautiful here in Exuma. We have two fleets on the course right now. Of course, this is the championship fleet and also the Emerald fleet, which is the green fleet, those new sailors that just came into the Sunfish class. And so they're on board now and they're sailing this race as well. But what a beautiful day. The winds are up. It's blowing about 15 to 16 knots here in Exuma. And we're anchored off just near Stalking Island. I'm bringing you all the action of this race. In just a few minutes, Coach Dallas, he's going to come and he's going to sum up all the scores and probably give you guys the top five finishes of this race. But continue to enjoy the beautiful footage that's taking place as these sailors finish this first race.
Okay, race 1 is in the books. We're going to give you a quick rundown of the results after race 1. So the winner was Joss Knowles from the Exuma Sailing Club. Second was Craig Ferguson from the BNSS. Third was Tanaj Manos from the Exuma Sailing Club. Fourth was Dai Major from Exuma. Fifth was Tyrese McKenzie. Sixth was Aiden Sumner. Seventh, Rico Major. Eighth, Keanu Hutchinson. Ninth, Emmett Knowles. 10th, Adron Knowles. 11th, Nash Cartwright. 12th, Silas Monroe. 13th, Tiandre Brown. Tiandre was the first Emerald Fleet, so he is the current leader of the Emerald Fleet. 14th was Dallas Clark. In 15th place, we have Orlando Ferguson. 16th is Kai Harvey. That's your second Green Fleet finisher. 17th, Kaylee Burrows, third Green Fleet finisher. 18th, Dwayne Bain, fourth Green Fleet finisher. And 19th was Kaylee Gray, your fifth Green Fleet finisher. Caden Knowles did not race. He had a breakdown right at the start. But we're going to get ready for the start sequence of race number 2. The conditions are the same. The wind has not moved. The wind is fresh. So we're going to go right here into race number 2. Stay tuned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the horn. So it's about 5 minutes before the start of this second race. Again, we have 2 fleets that's going to be sailing the course at the same time. We have the championship fleet. That's the more experienced Sunfish sailors. And then we also have the Green Fleet, which is the newly assigned Sunfish sailors. These ones are new. Some of them came from Opti. Some of them just started sailing Sunfish a few months ago. And so they will be sailing here in Elizabeth Harbor. Again, you could see the winds are up. Pretty great day for sailing. We had some accidents. Kaylee Gray, of course, she had a boom that broke right before the start of that race. And so, unfortunately, they had another one, so they were able to switch out, and she was able to get right back on the water. But you see the boats here lining up. They're staying close to the main boat here, which is the committee boat. You see with the flag right on the back of it. And so they're getting ready to start the start sequence in just a few moments. But in about 4 minutes, we're going to see the start of the second Sunfish Series race. Please, if you're watching us on YouTube, those of you watching on Facebook, feel free to share this broadcast. Drop a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from. But continue to enjoy the footage. We'll be back with more commentary in just a moment.
All right, we're back with race number 2. As you saw from the start, it was very tight. These guys are very good at getting effective spots on the starting line and getting out of there with some good speed. So in the front of the pack right there, I believe that's probably Tanaj Manos. Yeah, so he's the red, white, and blue sail, 5354. That would be Tanaj. And then at the top of your screen, that white sail with a triangle on it, that's Joss. So those two are pretty close. Yeah, and then right there, the BAH 197 sail, that's Emmett. And down below these guys would be Craig, who's very close. So it's the same general cast of characters leading the races. Joss just tacked onto port. One thing that's special about the Sunfish is port tack allows you to point a little bit higher, but is generally not as fast. So Tanaj has crossed over Joss, so Tanaj will be your current leader right now based on those two boats. I don't know where Craig is. He's probably pretty close. If Carson would just pan to the right a bit, we'd probably see where Craig is. He's number 197. But they got a ways to go to get to the mark. Lots of wind shifts are still going to be happening. There's Craig probably right there. Yep, 197. So he just passed Emmett, and now he has starboard tack. Joss is going to tack to avoid any penalties. So those two guys are really close. Tanaj is ahead of the both of them right now, but not by much. So it is a very tight race, which we expect. We have a Bahamas colored sail up there. That would probably be Tyrese or Keanu if I had to bet. And then there's Aiden and Rico in the other red, white, and blue sails. So they're in the mix too. So here's the top of the fleet right here. You can see how close they are. They're all maneuvering for position. There at the bottom of your screen, the Bahamas colored sail, that's Keanu. He's actually in really good shape. So he's on starboard tack coming across now. He's just behind Tanaj. He's approaching Craig. He looks like he's going to be just behind Craig and just behind Joss, which means that other Bahamas colored sail is most likely Tyrese McKenzie, who had a really good first race. I believe he was 4th overall, which is incredible for his size in these conditions. And then you can see that white sail with the number 0. That's Dai Major, who was leading the first race for a few minutes. Almost got to the mark first, ended up 3rd or 4th. I think he was 4th, actually, behind Tanaj. So everyone's real close up here. We got beautiful conditions in Elizabeth Harbor, not the usual direction. Usually the wind is to southeast. Right now it's more out of the north, just beyond north. But the forecast has it shifting more to the east as the day goes on. So instead of us racing up towards Chat and Chill direction, we're actually sailing over to the Starfish Beach direction, which is more north. The guys are they're trying to figure out, where the wind shifts are, where the puffs are, where the pressure is. There you can see the mark right there. So they got there pretty quick. Tanaj is tacking for the mark now. He's around, so Tanaj is in first place. And then it's going to be close. Yeah, so there's just a few seconds ago, you can see Tanaj going around the mark, and Joss is right there, and Craig is right there. So now it's going to be a fast downwind. See who has the best downwind speed, which is a great opportunity to catch people. And then we got Keanu. He's coming up. He's going to be 4th the mark, number 16. And then Tyrese is going to be right there with him. I would expect Emmett to come screaming in on starboard tack pretty soon, along with Rico and Aiden. So there's Emmett. There's Dai. There's Rico. And there's Aiden. So these guys are tight, tight, tight. Dai's going to have to do a double tack along with Rico. So Aiden is going to cross the two of those guys. Dai's going to try to slip in there. Pretty close. I don't think there's any protesting. All right. There's Caden, who missed the first race because of a breakdown. So good to see him back in the mix. All right, so Dai is off. I don't know if he's doing turns or not. He might be doing some turns, which means Aiden probably protested him. And rather than get disqualified, Dai's just going to do his turns. So here's the fleet coming towards you on the downwind. This is race number 2 of the Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals. Thanks for joining us. We want to thank the BNSS for being here. They brought 8 sailors out of Nassau, along with 12 from the Exuma Sailing Club. So we got a fleet of 20. Very competitive, very close races. And we want to thank everyone that helps support the club, the Friends of Exuma. They've been our biggest supporter through the years. We got the cruising community who always is very supportive and helpful with bringing pieces down and supporting us with some donations during the year. So thanks, guys. We're looking forward to having you back in Elizabeth Harbor soon. And then, of course, the government of the Bahamas, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Works, and the Regatta Desk, always super supportive of sailing and junior programs in the country. Thank you to Chester Cooper and all that he does for our club here. We're very, very excited to be hosting this event again. I would expect we'll be hosting it many more times since the Exuma Sailing Club has the bulk of Sunfish in the Bahamas. We have a very large fleet, like 16 boats, so it's just easier to host it here. But we're always up for traveling as well. But anyone is welcome to join us in Exuma every November for the Junior Championships. Last year, we had a slightly larger fleet with very similar conditions. Craig Ferguson won that regatta. Joshua Weech was second, and Joss Knowles was third. So we're looking for most of those same guys, except for Joshua. He's not here this year, but I would expect Craig, Joss, Tanaj to be up in the mix for the championship right now. Those are your three leaders. They're coming downwind right now. It's a pretty long downwind to get to the gate, so we'll see who's got the better downwind speed. Right there in the middle of the group, 5354, that's Tanaj, and then 197 is Craig, and number 17 is Joss. So those guys are quite close to each other. And then you can see the little guys, Emmett and Tyrese. They should be quite fast on the downwind because their boats are a little lighter, just because those guys aren't as large. So I would expect them to maybe gain a little bit on the downwind. But right now, Tanaj is your leader. Craig is right behind him there in second, trying to take some wind from him. And then there's Joss right there in third place. So they're going to go down to the gate, and then they'll work their way all the way back up to the windward mark for the second lap. Then they'll go all the way back down again, and then they'll come up to the finish line. So your current leader after race one is Joss Knowles, followed by Craig Ferguson and Tanaj Manos. And in the green fleet, Tiandre Brown is your leader, and he's followed by Kai Harvey. Kaylee Burrows and then Kai Harvey. Those are your three leaders in the green fleet. So we're looking forward to those guys and where they're going to stack up in this race. We have a Bahamas colored sail right there. That's probably Tiandre. And then the white colored sails, I would expect those to be, there's 33. So that's Kai right there. So he is currently the leader in the green fleet. And I can see the pink hull from here to the left of that Bahamas sail. So that's Kaylee Burrows. And then number 7, the Bahamas colored sail, that's Tiandre. So there's 3 of your green fleeters right there. And the 2 in the back, that's probably Kaylee Gray and Dwayne Bain rounding out the green fleet. So we're glad to have them using this regatta to gain a little bit more experience, a little more confidence. It's good to race against, better sailors. They make you better, and you can learn from them. So there's Dwayne Bain right there, number 7-7. And number 7 is Kaylee Gray, who unfortunately had a breakdown right before the first race. Her boom broke in half, so we had to switch out her rig. So this isn't the sail that she normally sails with, and the one that she normally sails with, she had very, very well tuned. It was on the Jen's rig, which would be a little better for her today. So she's fighting the sail a little bit. That's probably a reason that she's in the back, but we're going to try to make some adjustments during the lunch break and see if she can climb back up into the green fleet standings a little bit. But there's your 5 green fleeters right there. They're all pretty close, so that competition will be good after 2 races. You can see the whole fleet working their way downwind here past the big trawler, which is the starting and finish line. So they're going past that all the way to the gate at the bottom, and then they'll go all the way back up to the windward mark again, and that's where you need a whole lot of energy. So there you can see that white sail, number 19, that's Dallas Clark. Just moved up from the Opties into the Sunfish, so he's still learning how to control a much more powerful boat than the Opti. That red, white, and blue sail that just jibed, that's Lando Ferguson. And then that's Silas Monroe right there with the pink and turquoise sail. So these guys are pretty close to each other. They probably want to try to, keep clean air, not let somebody get right behind them, and then not, sail in front of somebody, because the boat behind you can definitely take your wind. So a bit of strategy going downwind. You don't want to get covered by anybody. You want to kind of keep your sail into the good air. There's Adron Knowles, number 9 in the Bahamas colored sail. And right next to him, that's Nash Cartwright. So these two guys are working their way downwind, very close to each other. I think they're very close in the standings as well. They should be approaching the trawler and the starting line pretty soon. Yep, there's the buoy, so they're halfway to the gate right now. And we're hoping that everybody is enjoying the footage here, the drone footage from Carson and his team. They're doing a great job bringing us this footage once again. It's always fun to work with him and seeing what he can do out here in the water, really bringing you the beauty of Elizabeth Harbor. There we go. We got a cluster of red, white, and blue sails right here. That's the 3 guys from the BNSS, Aiden, Rico, and Caden. So they're very, very close to each other. They must want to stick together. And then off there on the side, I believe that's Dai Major from the Exuma Sailing Club. There's Tyrese. So we're getting close to the front of the pack here. There's Emmett. Tyrese and Emmett were rivals in the Opties, battling each other for many years in the championships. So there's Craig. Remember we talked about Craig's downwind speed. He's gone from 3rd to 1st on the downwind. So now he's taken the lead over Tanaj. Emmett and Tyrese have also caught up with their small size. They're just going to be really fast on the downwind. That's hard to defend. So Craig is around. He's going to the left side of the course, which he did on the first race. Tanaj is following on the left side of the course as well. Joss is going to go to the right. Emmett's going to go to the left. Joss and Emmett, 2 brothers, splitting at the exact same time. So now they're going to go all the way back up to the windward mark. Lots of race to go. No need to panic if you're in the back at this point. You got a lot of opportunities to catch people. There's Tyrese going around. He's got to bring his sheet in as fast as he can and get going back upwind. Keanu's going to do a jibe. He's going to the right side of the course as well. Joss is tacked back and he's going behind these guys. So hopefully not too much bad air there. Looks like Aiden and Caden are going to swap here. They're going to split. One's going to go to the left. One's going to go to the right. So when we talk about the left and right side of the course, we're talking about the course as if you're looking upwind towards the windward mark. So even though as these guys approach these gates here, the gate might be on their right side, they're still going to the left side of the course. So here's Dai, number 0. He's round. He's heading back up. He's choosing the right side. Kind of forced over there probably because a lot of guys were already going to the left. All right. We expect this pack to be very tight at the next windward mark. Even though it's a long way to go, these guys are very close in skill. They all have general equal boat speed, and they're all very, very good at reading the wind and figuring out where the shifts and the puffs are. So here's Adron and Nash fighting, coming to the mark, coming to the gate here. You got to give them space. Got to make sure you don't hit anybody while you're going around the buoy. It's very important. Otherwise, you're going to have to do turns, and of course, you got to make sure you don't touch the mark. It's very, very important too. So you got to round it using some skill. You don't want to lose any speed, but then you don't want to, you don't want to hit the mark by accident. So there goes Nash around. Adron's going to follow right behind him. This is where you want to have a good rounding, and you want to point up really high right away, just like that. That was very good rounding from Adron. You want to try to get your competitor underneath your sail and force him to tack away from you. All right, going back up the fleet. Here's our leaders working their way up towards the windward mark. The windward mark is up there under Starfish Beach still. So we got all these guys tacking back and forth, trying to find the best side of the course, trying to take advantage of a little bit of shift or a puff or more pressure. And they're trying to keep their boat moving as fast as possible. Right now, Craig Ferguson is your leader, and Tanaj and Joss are hot on his heels trying to catch him. So I know that they would love to have an Exuma boat be the junior champion. They don't want Craig to repeat, but I know Craig, he came here with one goal, and that is to repeat as champion. So they're going to have to work real hard to beat him. He's one of the best, knows how to sail any boat. Doesn't matter if he's mostly in the lasers now, he still knows how to handle a sunfish really well. And he's a very, very fierce competitor. So they're going to have their work cut out for them over the course of the 7 races here. Number 77, Dwayne Bain, coming downwind here. And then behind him is Kaylee Gray. They're bringing up the back of the Green Fleet right now. So they're doing very, very well. If you can make it around the course and you're right behind the rest of the fleet, that's a good sign that you're on the right track. So usually, in these conditions, you see a lot of the newer sailors struggle, but not these guys. They're getting around the course without major issues. So here's Dwayne going around the marker, got his dagger board down, very good. You pull his sail in, so you can see a difference there between, like let's take Adron's rounding for example that we just saw. You saw him come around very tight. His sail never flapped. He kept it full of wind the whole time, kept his boat moving fast, and even Kaylee right there going really, really far below the mark. So those are just, small things that the Green Fleeters work on over time to help get them back up towards the front of the fleet. But Kaylee is working extremely hard. She's definitely on the lighter side compared to the rest of these stronger sailors, so she's going to have to use her core. You see her hiking out a lot there. She's got to ease her main sheet a little bit. Don't fight the boat too much. But in these conditions, you got to be in shape. You have to be an athlete. You're going to have to use your core to keep the boat as flat as you can. The more the boat leans, the more it slips downwind. So the objective is to keep your boat flat. And the guys at the front of the pack, that's the biggest thing that probably separates them from everybody else. So here's the footage from the trawler. You can see them halfway back up to the mark already. There's Craig and there's Tanaj. So everybody is very close. There's a sail. Okay, that's Joss underneath Tanaj. So those two guys are off there on starboard tack, and Craig is coming towards us on port tack. Joss is tacking right here. Tanaj is going to cover for sure. So Tanaj is just trying to stay pretty much on the same tack as Joss to not let him get away. Here's Craig. These guys all have incredible speed. I would expect these three guys to pretty much come to the mark at the same time. So then you just want to set yourself up for being on starboard tack and having the right of way when you come to the mark. So the other boat's got to, dip underneath you and give you space, and then you're allowed to, you can clear ahead of them, and then you don't have to worry as much. So Joss is tacking away. He sees something he likes over there on the left side of the course, or he might have been feeling some bad wind from the back of Tanaj's sail. We don't know, but he decided to tack away. There's Craig. Looks like Tanaj has overtaken Craig, if I had to guess, but he decided to tack, keep him behind him where he can keep an eye on him. So these three guys are pretty tight. I would say your leader right now is probably Tanaj, followed very closely by Craig, and then Joss. Joss went out a little far. He tacked. He's clearly behind these guys. And then you got like Tyrese and Emmett and Aiden and Caden, those guys. They're all right behind these guys too. So it's going to be really close coming to the mark. And they still got a ways to go. They're not there yet. They still got a couple of tacks left. They're going to get up closer onto the shore. The wind's going to drop a little bit. So the lighter sailors may gain a little bit. You can see how close Joss is behind the stern of Tanaj. That's the lead right there. That's like maybe a boat length and a half. And Craig is, very close. You got to try to imagine what happened if Craig tacked. Would he cross over them, or would he be behind them? That's how you know who's in front or not. So we've got Tyrese, I believe, is overtaking Keanu. So we got Tyrese probably in fourth place, along with, I believe, Aiden. I think that might be Caden right there in the red, white, and blue. He's passing over the bow of Keanu right now. Yeah, it's going to be close. I don't think any race is going to be a runaway in this regatta, and I would expect to have at least 3, maybe 4 different winners when all is said and done. I don't think one boat is going to win every race. I don't think these guys are far apart enough in skill for that to happen. I think everyone's going to get a shot. Not everyone, but I'd say the top 4 guys probably win a race at some point. So this is really close right here. You can see these guys are spread out. And sailing is such a difficult sport to tell who's in front because it's not a straight line. They always are tacking back and forth. So now Joss is on starboard. He's going towards Tanaj. Tanaj has right away, but I don't think it matters. He's going to cross over the bow of Joss. So he's going to cross him and then probably tack and try to block him. But it's very close. Joss can almost reach out and touch that boom. And Craig, I believe, has slipped down to third. So Craig is not as fast on the upwind as these guys, but he's a lot faster on the downwind. And I am a little surprised with Craig's size that he didn't go with the Gens rig, which depowers his boat a little bit, makes it a little easier to control. Tanaj has the full setup on because he's very tall, so when he hikes out, he has great leverage over the boat, so he doesn't need to depower as much. But Joss has the Gens rig on, which depowers his mainsail, and allows him to control the boat a little better. That certainly worked out in race 1. And I think you can see that difference in the upwind, where Craig is probably just fighting his boat a little bit more. I don't know. It doesn't look like he's hiking out very much right now. But the three of those guys are very close. So when they come to the mark, I think they'll all get there within 5 seconds of each other, if I had to guess. But we're going to take a little break and continue enjoying the footage, and we'll see you at the windward mark. All right, we're here at the windward mark. This is the second lap. So there's Caden going around now. You saw that Tanaj was the first around the mark, followed by Craig and Joss basically at the same time. So those two are in a dead heat on the downwind now. It's a good chance whoever gets to the gate first will end up winning the race. Here comes Tyrese and Keanu, teammates from the Exuma Sailing Club, coming around the mark almost at the same time. Tyrese is continuing to impress in his first Sunfish regatta. He's very, very light, and so for him to be able to control his boat so well shows that he took a lot of time in rigging it up correctly to make sure it wasn't too powerful for him. There's Aiden Sumner around. So here's, all right, there's Rico. Rico is around, and then here comes Dai. The two majors, Rico Major, Dai Major, not related, coming around the mark almost at the same time. Dai had a great first lap in the first race. He's fallen back a little bit, but still doing very well. You just got to finish, close to the top 5 or 6 in each race. Be consistent in that area, and you'll end up pretty well, I think. And now it's a pretty long downwind, but this is where you don't relax. You don't just, sit down and get pushed downwind. This is where you want to really work and try to get every bit of speed out. Here's Emmett. So I know fatigue is setting in for him. I know he's getting tired. He's been fighting his boat from the beginning of the first race. So as the regatta goes on, you're going to see him have to work harder and harder to keep his boat flat. So he's behind Dai right now. And we've got another Bahamas colored sail. That's probably Tiandre. So really good to see Tiandre doing so well. He's the current Green Fleet leader. He has not been sailing very long. He's only 13 years old. He's in the Sunfish, which is, a bigger boat than the Optis. But he's doing very, very well. He wants to tack for that buoy, but he can't because he's got that other sail there. So he's smart. He's not, creating a situation where he's going to get a penalty. There he goes. So now they're both tacking at the same time. That's Nash. And sorry, that was not Tiandre. That was Adron. So Adron Knowles, number 9. Him and Nash are very, very close to each other. Adron's been sailing for quite a while, so he knows the rules quite well. He knew he couldn't tack there. So now he's going to try to just go for some speed and see if he can roll over the top of Nash. He's got a little bit more weight on his side. He should be able to keep his boat flat. You can see he's got a whole lot of speed there. These two guys are fighting it out in the standings. And now here they are once again fighting it out on the race course. So Adron's got to make sure he doesn't pull down and make contact with Nash there. He's got to stay up. Nash has the right of way as a leeward boat, so Adron has to give him space to go around the buoy here, which he does, so that's good. There goes Nash around clean. Didn't touch anything. Now they're going to let their sails out. They're both going to work downwind, get down to that gate as quick as they can. The quicker you get there, the quicker you can come back upwind to the finish. You can see we have this windward mark very close to Stalking Island. It's much calmer in there, so as the boats approach the windward mark, the waves will go down significantly, and the wind will still be very puffy and shifty in that area, so you're still going to have a lot of wind, but you're not going to have a lot of chop, which is how the sailors really like to sail. They love sailing without waves, but lots of wind. I'm looking out my window right here at the 3 leaders as they pass the trawler. It's Tanaj, Craig, and Joss, and they are dead even. Nobody is, Tanaj is slightly ahead. Craig and Tanaj are pretty much tied, and Joss is right behind them. So this is going to be a great finish between those 3 guys. Those are probably going to be your top 3 overall in the regatta when it's all said and done. So good to see them battling it out. All right, here we go. Coming to the mark. That's Tiandre. He's your Green Fleet leader. And then approaching on starboard tack is Lando Ferguson. If I had to guess, I would say Lando's boat is leaking. I know he had some trouble with that earlier, so I'm betting there's some water building up in there, which is slowing him down a whole lot. Struggling on that tack right there, that's Dallas Clark. We used to call him Little D, but he's getting bigger. He wants to be called Uncle D now. We'll see. I don't know if I can get used to that. And then 33, Kai Harvey. Green Fleeter doing extremely well in his first regatta. He's tacking for the mark. So Kai is your second Green Fleeter behind Tiandre. You still want to beat the other guys in the fleet as well, but you really are racing against the Green Fleet because there's trophies on the line for the Green Fleet. So here we go. Kai's around. He's going to pass Little D there. And then we've got Silas coming in fast with the pink sail. He's going to go around the mark, let his sail out. He's not in the Green Fleet, so he's trying to catch Little D and Lando. Silas has been around the block a few times. He's just having a little bit of trouble in these heavy conditions. And then there is Kaylee Burrows with the pink boat. So she is in the green fleet as well. She'd be your third green fleet competitor right there. And she's checking over her shoulder to see when she can tack and make that mark, which is very good. Don't want to tack too early, and you don't want to tack too late. Let's see if she can make it. Her boat looks very nice. She painted it and got it all pretty for the regatta. Looks really cool. All right, there we go. If she can sheet in and hike hard and point her boat up, she might just make the buoy from there. If not, she'll do a quick double tack. Look at that footage right down on the deck, right behind her. You can see her posture. She's still letting the boat lean a lot. You want to keep it flat. The flatter you can keep it, the more it's going to point to the wind. There you go. She's going to make it. So she is going to go around the buoy. And, whoop, she touched the buoy. We saw it. I don't know if she knew she touched it. She's supposed to do a turn, but she probably won't. So she's around the mark. She's your third green fleeter. So we're looking for Dwayne Bain and Kaylee Gray, the last two in the green fleet. They're probably working their way up to the mark still. We're going to do some adjustments on Kaylee's sail during the lunch break because she's very, very overpowered. Because she had a breakdown, we had to put the spare rig on there, and she's fighting it a lot. So we're going to help her out in the last two races today. All right, there's Dwayne right there, number 77. So he's still working his way up to the buoy. Another green fleeter. This is his first regatta. So he's doing very well. Anytime you have green fleeters making their way around the course without any issues, that's a good regatta. That's where you learn a lot, and you see how the other guys are doing it, and hopefully you put it into practice for the next regatta. So there's Dwayne right there, number 77 from the Bahamas National Sailing School. All right, if you're going back and watching this, Dwayne, I could give you some advice. You just need to pull that sail in a little bit tighter. All right, you want to get that boom in closer to the boat, and then you want to lean your shoulders out and keep that boat flat, and that'll help you get to the mark much, much faster. But everything else, it looks pretty good. You're in a good position on the boat. That was a good tack. All right, looking very good. Let's see if he can make the mark from there. But yeah, the more you pull that sail in tight, and the harder you hike and the flatter you can get that boat, the more you're going to point to the wind. You can see the amount of turbulence coming off the back of the boat by the rudder there. That's basically, slowing you down a little bit. And then he's easing his sail out when he should be pulling it in. But he's doing a really good job. The boat's moving very fast, and he's not stuck in irons. He's not capsized, so it's all good. You know, the little things, you can always work on those. I'm sure Pedro is ready to help. I'm sure he's taught you all these things already, but it's just the small things that add up to make a big difference. That's the only difference. So he's going to do 2 more tacks here. He's going to push that tiller over. He's going to tack. He'll go on port tack for a few seconds. Then he'll push the tiller over again, and he'll go back on starboard and see if he can make the mark. That was a very quick double tack. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck in irons. So now the sail's flapping. It's stuck in the wind a little bit. He's got to pump that tiller towards him, pull his sail in tight, and hope he can still make the mark. He might still salvage it. Probably not. No. So now he's going to have to either jibe or do another double tack. He looked up and saw the drone, so he knows everyone's watching. So the pressure's on. All right, there we go. He did another tack. That was very good. In these heavy conditions, it's hard to get your boat moving. But he did it. There he goes. All right, Dwayne Bain is around. So he's going to work his way down to the gate. All right, let's see what's happening with our leaders. They're going to be on their way back up to the finish. So I am going to go record the finishes right now. Tanaj is still in the lead. He just crossed over Craig, and he's about to cross. He's just tacking in front of Joss now. So coming to the finish, you can see the 3 right there in the middle of your screen. Tanaj is the one between the 2 white sails. Craig is the one on the left. Nope, sorry. Joss is the one on the left, just tacked. And then Craig will be the one on Tanaj's windward side. So you can see Joss is going behind Tanaj, but ahead of Craig. So Tanaj is currently in first. Joss is second. Craig is third. And they are coming here to the finish. They're going to be finished in about probably a minute, maybe 1 minute. So we're going to let the drone footage go, and I will go record the finishes.
All right, so crossing the line first in this second Sunfish race was Tanaj Manos of the Exuma Sailing Club. Of course, he was followed by number 17, Joss Knowles, also from the Exuma Sailing Club. And third place was Craig Ferguson. Fourth place, what do we have coming here? Not quite sure who that is, but as the rest of the boats make their way back up, we have a few Bahamas sails here. Pretty close. But if you're just joining us, this is race 2 of the Bahamas Junior Sunfish Nationals. And we are sailing here in beautiful Elizabeth Harbor in Exuma, Bahamas. All right, so I was just told that was Keanu and Tyrese, those two Bahamas sails. So Keanu is going to take, I think that's 5th place. And Tyrese is going to take 6th. Okay, and then I think that's Rico. But really close finishes right here. All right, coming through the finish now is Dai Major. It looks like, is that Emmett? Yep, it's Emmett Knowles after Dai Major. And then we have a few of the other sailors. They're down at the gate making their way back up. So we're going to head over now to them as they make their way back up to the finish. All right, ladies and gentlemen, two races are done. We're going to take just a quick break. As the sailors grab some lunch, and then right after that, they will gear up for race 3 and 4 to end the day off. But while you're waiting, we're going to just show you some replay footage from those two races earlier today. Stay tuned. Again, you're tuning in and you're watching the 2024 Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals.
last year, and they're picking up right where they left off last year. We're so glad to be hosting this event again in Exuma in the beautiful Elizabeth Harbor. The drone pictures really do the harbor justice. It's not edited. It really is that blue, really is that beautiful. So if you ever have a chance to come and see it for yourself, I highly recommend it. And we want to thank Carson and his team at Gray's Media Productions for bringing us this live footage. And we're just gonna let the guys sail here. I'll come back in a minute and walk you around the windward mark. The kids are approaching the final windward mark. Then they have to go back down, and then they'll come to the finish. So we'll be right back. All right, so we're moving down through the fleet here. You can see in the middle of the fleet, right there, I believe that's Rico. And then we are going towards the middle of the pack as we come down the fleet here. We're going to show you some of the Green Fleet sailors towards the back of the fleet right now. We actually have both groups sailing at the same time. So we have 5 in the Green Fleet. From Exuma, we have Tiandre Brown, Kaylee Burrows, and Kaylee Gray. And then from Nassau, we have Kai Harvey and Dwayne Bain in we're calling it the Emerald Fleet. So those 5 guys are actually sailing only against each other. They are sailing against the whole fleet, but they're going to be scored separately because they just don't have the same level of experience as some of the more advanced sailors. So this is kind of a warm-up regatta for them. So there'll be some trophies on the line for the Green Fleet. Right there, number 77. That's Dwayne Bain. So he might be your current leader in the Green Fleet. Him, and I would expect him and Tiandre Brown. Actually, no, I'm looking right now, and I see Tiandre is ahead of him. So Tiandre Brown from the Exuma Sailing Club is probably the leader in the Green Fleet right now. And then we have Kaylee Burrows. She's doing very well. She just painted her boat nice and pink right here on your screen, number 33. That's Kai Harvey. This is one of his first regattas, if not his first regatta, so he's doing amazing in these very breezy conditions. I know it can be intimidating coming out here in the waves and a new environment. Your sails flapping all over the place. You're worried about tipping over, so he's actually doing really well. He had a bit of a collision right at the start. He was on port, and he ran into a guy on starboard, so he had to do 2 penalty turns, which kind of set him back a little bit. But he climbed back in really well. So right there you can see the green fleeters. We got Dwayne Bain and Kai Harvey very close to each other, and Kaylee Burrows is going across the two of them right now. So yeah, there you can see Dwayne Bain is tacking right now. Kaylee is right behind him, and Kai is at the bottom of your screen. So there's 3 of your green fleeters right there. Uh-oh. Looks like Dwayne lost his tiller. He's got to get it back, and Kaylee's going to roll over the top of him there. So there's the pink boat. Kaylee Burrows doing very well. I think she's probably second. If you look up the course to those Bahamas colored flags, I think that that Bahamas colored flag right in the middle of your screen, I believe that's Tiandre Brown. So he's probably the leader in the green fleet right now. He's doing very, very well. But the boats are around the windward mark. Joss has maintained his lead. Craig Ferguson is right behind him. Dai's right behind him. Tanaj is right behind him. It's pretty close. So they're going to sprint all the way down to the gate now. There's Craig Ferguson on your screen, number 197. And then 5354 is Tanaj Manos. He's carrying his sail that he got at the Sunfish World Championships in Texas over the summer. So he is right there with them, about 4th place, right next to Dai Major. And number 12, Tyrese McKenzie, one of our new Opti sailors that just moved into the Sunfish. So he's a little on the small side, but he's doing really, really well in this breeze right now, which is impressive. And then this is either going to be Aiden Sumner or Rico Major. They have almost the exact same sail. It's red, white, and blue, but it's in a different order. So 5252 is Rico Major. He's got the red stripe down his boat, which means that other red, white, and blue sail right there, that's Aiden Sumner. And then we have another Bahamas-colored flag sail. I believe that's Keanu Hutchinson, probably number 16. He should be up near the front of the pack as well. Still looking for Emmett. Emmett should be somewhere in there. He's got a white sail, BAH 197. He was in the top 4 at the first mark, but I would expect him to be getting tired pretty soon because of all this breeze. He's probably the smallest guy out there, so he's working really hard. There, I think that's him right there, that white sail coming downwind. So not too surprised he's falling back a bit, because the more stamina it takes to keep your boat flat towards the end of the race, you're going to be getting a little more tired. So he's another Opti sailor that just moved into Sunfish. Right now, Joss is passing through the starting line by the trawler, so he is halfway to the gate right now. He's got maybe a 20-second lead on Craig Ferguson, so not enough to relax for sure. You got Craig, Dai, and Tanaj extremely close to each other for 3rd place, so that should be a good finish coming up to the end here. Well, thanks for joining us and watching the races. We're always glad to bring you some action. We're going to take a little break from the commentary. We'll be right back. All right, we're back with our drone footage. You can see the gate right there. And Joss is already on his upwind to the finish, and he seems to have increased the lead over Craig on the downwind, which I know that was an area that he had said he wanted to work on because Craig is generally one of the fastest downwind sailors. So if you want to hold him off, you better improve your downwind game. So far, so good for Joss and the Exuma Sailing Club looking to take race 1. There goes Craig around the gate now. So how the gate works is you have the option of going around either buoy. So if it's crowded in front of you and you don't like what you see, you can switch sides and go the other way. Or if you see, some pressure on the other side of the course or a big shift coming, you can choose to go on the other side. So right there, Dai is jibing. I'm betting he's going to split and he's going to go the other way because he figures those 3 guys went to the left. So what's the point in following them? He's going to go to the right and he's going to see if he can maybe get a shift or lift, and maybe he can catch some of those guys to the finish. So up there on your right side, you can see the big boat. That's the finish line. But Dai tacked back, so I don't know why you'd tack so fast if you were going to go to that other side of the course. And now he's got these other boats coming downwind. He's got to look out for them. They're going to give him some bad wind. So here's number 12, Tyrese McKenzie. Very, very impressive for him for his first Sunfish regatta. In super heavy breeze. He's got the Gens rig on, so he's depowered, and he seems to be handling that boat very well. And now you can see Dai having to maneuver his way through all those boats, so a little bit of unnecessary traffic, I think. Looks like all these guys, this is Aiden, Enrico, and Keanu. They seem to all be coming to the same side. Keanu would probably, he'd be good to jive and go the other way. Doesn't make sense going around behind those guys and getting bad wind from them. So now Rico and Aiden are around, Keanu's around, and everyone's sprinting back up to the finish. I'm going to have to log off in just a second. We'll continue bringing you beautiful footage from the drone and the cameras, but I have to go and record the finishes in just a minute to make sure those remain accurate. You can see Emmett coming right towards you right here, 197 BAH. He's coming downwind, doing very well considering the breeze. If the wind does happen to lighten up, you'll see Emmett gain on the fleet a little bit, but in this breeze, he's definitely at a disadvantage. The boat is just too powerful for him. Look at that footage right there. Excellent work, Carson. You can see the boat from right down on top. You can see his maneuvering. You can see how he controls the main sheet and the tiller, never lets the sail flap, pulls it in, and is working back upwind. He's going to have to hike pretty much 100% all the way to the finish. But we got some more boats coming down. It looks like the Green Fleet is going to go to Tiandre Brown in race 1. So he is sailing extremely well. Definitely one of our newer sailors. He's been in the Sunfish for maybe about a year, but he's still pretty new. Hasn't sailed in a lot of competitions and regattas, so good for him to get his feet wet with this one right here. All right, there's 5263. Okay, sorry, she took the. Okay, that's Nash. That's Nash Cartwright right there. I recognize the hull. So he's another Opti sailor that just moved up into Sunfish. 09 is Adron Knowles from the Exuma Sailing Club. He's been doing the Sunfish for a little while, so good to see him up in the mix. But I'm going to go up and I'm going to record the finishes as they come through. We're going to let Carson take over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Josh Knowles that just came in first place. Right here, we have sale number 197. All right, so there goes your first, second, and third place finishers. Once again, you're tuned into the 2024 Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals taking place right here in the beautiful harbor in Exuma, Bahamas. Thank you so much for tuning in. We had some slight delays in getting the commentary set up this morning, but nonetheless, we are here. It is beautiful here in Exuma. We have two fleets on the course right now. Of course, this is the championship fleet and also the Emerald fleet, which is the green fleet, those new sailors that just came into the Sunfish class. And so they're on board now and they're sailing this race as well. But what a beautiful day. The winds are up. It's blowing about 15 to 16 knots here in Exuma. And we're anchored off just near Stalking Island. I'm bringing you all the action of this race. In just a few minutes, Coach Dallas, he's going to come and he's going to sum up all the scores and probably give you guys the top five finishes of this race. But continue to enjoy the beautiful footage that's taking place as these sailors finish this first race.
Okay, race one is in the books. We're going to give you a quick rundown of the results after race one. So the winner was Joss Knowles from the Exuma Sailing Club. Second was Craig Ferguson from the BNSS. Third was Tanaj Manos from the Exuma Sailing Club. Fourth was Dai Major from Exuma. Fifth was Tyrese McKenzie. Sixth was Aiden Sumner. Seventh, Rico Major. Eighth, Keanu Hutchinson. Ninth, Emmett Knowles. 10th, Adron Knowles. 11th, Nash Cartwright. 12th, Silas Monroe. 13th, Tiandre Brown. Tiandre was the first Emerald Fleet, so he is the current leader of the Emerald Fleet. 14th was Dallas Clark. In 15th place, we have Orlando Ferguson. 16th is Kai Harvey. That's your second Green Fleet finisher. 17th, Kaylee Burrows, third Green Fleet finisher. 18th, Dwayne Bain, fourth Green Fleet finisher. And 19th was Kaylee Gray, your fifth Green Fleet finisher. Caden Knowles did not race. He had a breakdown right at the start. But we're going to get ready for the start sequence of race number 2. The conditions are the same. The wind has not moved. The wind is fresh. So we're going to go right here into race number 2. Stay tuned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the horn. So it's about 5 minutes before the start of this second race. Again, we have two fleets that's going to be sailing the course at the same time. We have the championship fleet. That's the more experienced Sunfish sailors. And then we also have the green fleet, which is the newly assigned Sunfish sailors. These ones are new. Some of them came from Opti. Some of them just started sailing Sunfish a few months ago. And so they will be sailing here in Elizabeth Harbor. Again, you could see the winds are up. Pretty great day for sailing. We had some accidents. Kaylee Gray, of course, she had a boom that broke right before the start of that race. And so, unfortunately, they had another one, so they were able to switch out, and she was able to get right back on the water. But you see the boats here lining up. They're staying close to the main boat here, which is All right. All right, ladies and
All right,
gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen.
This is race 3 of Sunfish Nationals is about to start in just a few minutes. We just had a general recall, so that means too many boats were over the line, and so the committee brought them back for another start, and so they get another chance to start this race. And so just a few minutes, we have about 20 sailors out here in the harbor. They're going to get race 3 started. If you're just joining us, drop a comment. Let us know where you're watching from. Of course, this race is taking place in beautiful Elizabeth Harbor in Exuma, Bahamas. We're just off of Starkin Island. And so great day for sailing today. And so these sailors are all excited right now, leading the charge. The top 3 looks like it's been Tanaj Manos, Josh Knowles, and Craig Ferguson. Basically trading places these races. And so we're going to see who's going to come out on top here on day 1, but a competitive day of sailing here. And so right now, you can see the boat, the big boat there that has the flag on the back. That is the committee boat. This is actually where we're broadcasting from, ladies and gentlemen. So we're on the committee boat, not on land today, and so there are some slight difficulties, but hey, we're making it work. But these guys are all lined up and getting ready to start shortly. Continue to stay tuned. Again, if you're watching us, drop a shout out to your favorite sailor, who you're rooting for. Drop a comment down in the chat. Those of you watching on YouTube, we just started our Facebook broadcast, so you can go ahead and tune in on Facebook. You could check the Exuma Sailing Club page, or the Exuma Sailing Club group, that is. We're live on Facebook now as well. So YouTube and Facebook. Go ahead and spread the word. The Bahamas Sunfish Nationals is well underway here in Elizabeth Harbor.
on the screen right now is third. There you go. That's okay. We're live. Race 3. On your screen right now, we got Joss and Craig, your two leaders, followed very closely by Tanaj. And on the outside in the Bahamas sails, you will see that's Tyrese and Keanu. So yeah, we have a really tight race in race number 3 here. We had a really close rounding at the mark. Definitely some port and starboard situations. We're going to have to take a look at the replay. I don't know if anybody's being protested or not. Tanaj hit the mark, did his turn, so he's in the clear unless the other boys are protesting him, but we'll take a look at it. Right now, it is very close between Craig and Joss, who are basically neck and neck, and Tanaj is just behind them. So we have a really tight race into race 3. No surprise, these races have all been close. We've had 2 different winners in 2 different races. So that's the way we like it. We like good competition, like everybody to be even, and we want them to settle it on the water. So that's one great thing about the Sunfish and other One Design international style boats. The boats are all the same, the sails are all the same. So it really does come down to the skill of the skippers on who can outmaneuver and outplay each other. So there you go on your screen. You've got, that's Aiden and Rico along with Dai. So they are bringing up maybe 5th, 6th, 7th place or so. But it's very close. These races are very fast because of the breeze we have. So the boats tend to get to the marks almost at the same time. And then it's all about on the downwind who can maintain a little more speed and maybe pass somebody on the downwind before you get to the gate. And that's where the smaller guys have a slight, obvious advantage. But the more advanced sailors can really find ways to surf the waves and maneuver themselves and keep their boat moving very fast. The Sunfish is actually a really fast boat downwind. It can plane, get on top of the waves. So there you can see our 3 leaders. Tanaj is on the right, and then there's Craig slightly ahead of Joss, and you can see the buoy on your left. They're heading right for the gate right now, so we expect, there you go, great shot. We can expect a very close finish between these guys. They got to go all the way back up to the mark again, so it's far from over. Joss is trying, he's trying hard to take the win from Craig, but Craig's not allowing it, so it's a little bit of a duel going on. And that, of course, benefits the boats behind that are trying to catch, because the more the guys in the front mess with each other, the easier it is for the guys in the back to catch up. So you can see a really close race coming to the gate here between, of course, Joss and Craig, but then the 2 Bahamas sails all the way on the left there. That's Keanu and Tyrese. They're going to be close at the mark, right in the middle. I believe that's Caden Knowles, and then we got Tanaj. So race number 3, hotly contested so far. We had to do a general recall at the start because too many boats were over the line. So we had to restart the whole sequence. And we started this race under a U flag, which means within the last minute before the start, you were disqualified if you're over the line. So thankfully, nobody was over. Nobody was disqualified. And look at that, a perfect split from Joss and Craig. That's when we love the gate right there. That's what the gate's all about. You can choose your side. You can gamble it, or you can say, you know what, I think the wind's coming from the right. I'm going to go this way, and I think I'm going to gain. So there we go. I think that's Tyrese. Yep, Tyrese has caught Tanaj, which is very surprising. Tyrese is just out of Optis, sailed his last Opti event last month here in Exuma, Opti Nationals, and now he's fresh into the Sunfish. He's very small for these conditions, but, he's got the Gens rig on. He's got his sail very flat and very tight, and he seems to be handling it. Right behind him is Keanu. And right behind him is Caden. And here coming to the line is Aiden, followed very close. Oh, sorry, that's Rico. Rico's 5'2", followed by Aiden, and followed by Dai. So it's very close. Everybody except for Craig and Tanaj has chosen to go left. And then we'll see what happens. I think on the start, too, a lot of people went pretty far to the left side of the course as well. So it might have worked out for them once. So they figure, let's try it again and see what happens. But now the sprint is on, back up to the windward mark. Got a long way to go. See who's got the stamina, who's in shape, who's got the core strength to keep their boats flat. Here's Emmett coming down to the mark here. He had some trouble earlier. He capsized at the windward mark. Probably a big puff or something hit him, and he wasn't able to get his sail out fast enough. But He was, of course, one of our top Opti sailors. Did really well at Nationals last month, got 3rd overall, but still struggling here in the Sunfish in these breezy conditions. In Optis, he would be at the front of the pack for sure, but in the Sunfish, he kind of has to hit the reset button a little bit and take a step back, and he has to climb his way back into the Sunfish fleet. All right, look here, number 33, Kai Harvey in the Green Fleet is neck and neck with Nash Cartwright. So Kai has improved in every race so far. This is his first regatta. He started off the whole regatta with a collision right at the starting line, had to do some penalty turns, drop back, but he has climbed up to a better position in every race so far, and now he's doing really well. He's right in the middle of the fleet, so that's really great to see. There's Adron coming around the mark now, number 9 from the Exuma Sailing Club, one of our Sunfish veterans. So we're looking for the rest of the Green Fleet now. That's probably Tiandre right there coming to the mark. He's the current Green Fleet leader, but he's not leading this race. Looks like Kai Harvey is leading the Green Fleet in this race, so Tiandre is going to have to try to catch back up. And behind him somewhere, we assume, is Kaylee Burrows, who is, I believe, 3rd in the Green Fleet. Dwayne Bain and Kaylee Gray rounding out the Green Fleet. They'll be somewhere there. And right here, number 13, this is Orlando Ferguson from the Exuma Sailing Club. He's having a bit of trouble with his hull today. I think it's taken on a lot of water, even though he went into the beach and drained it. He still seems to be laboring a little bit. There's Dwayne Bain right there, number 77 in the Green Fleet. And here's 2 more coming downwind, the white sails. One of them is going to be most likely Kaylee Burrows. And then the other one looks like Dallas Clark. So 31, there is Kaylee Burrows. And right behind her, Dallas Clark. Okay, here's our leaders. We got Joss Knowles just crossed over Craig Ferguson, so he's in the lead right now. Craig just went behind and tacked. There's Kaylee Gray, number 7. She's still working her way downwind. She's in the Green Fleet. And here's your 2 leaders coming right towards us super fast on port tack right now. Craig is tacked away, which means he was getting bad wind off of the back of Joss's sail. Be interesting to see if Joss is going to do a loose cover on Craig, which means, yeah, see, he's going to stay on the same tack as Craig, but he's not going to try to affect him. So he doesn't want to get too close to him. He just wants to keep him within sight, basically. And behind them, both on starboard tack as well as Tanaj. Tanaj is in 3rd place right there. So he is about midway between Craig and Joss. Joss is windward of him and Craig is leeward of him, but they're all on the same tack. Behind him, we've got Aiden Sumner and Caden Knowles very close. Tyrese McKenzie very close behind them right there. You see him on your screen. So it looks like most people are favoring the starboard tack, which means they feel like the wind is shifting slightly to the right and giving them a bit of a lift on starboard tack. With the Sunfish, the starboard tack as well is a little more powerful, so the sail's a little fuller on the starboard tack because the mast doesn't affect it. So you tend to get a little more speed and power on the starboard tack, which is good in choppy conditions like today. But then when you tack onto the port side, the boom is actually a little more into the center of the boat, so you can actually point a little bit higher. So it's a bit of a game. You want to balance power and speed versus pointing ability. That's the name of the game in sailing. Whoever does it best usually gets to the mark first. But right here on your screen, you got Keanu Hutchinson as the nearest boat with the Bahamas colors on it. Ahead of him is Caden Knowles. Leeward of him in the red, white, and blue is Aiden, and then that's Tyrese McKenzie, who just tacked onto port. So those guys have a nice little race within the race going on there, and they're very close in the standings overall as well. So everybody needs to see who's around them, see who they need to beat, try to keep their competition behind them as best they can. At the front of the pack, Joss is still maintaining a lead over Craig and Tanaj. I'd say the wind may have lightened up by maybe 2 or 3 knots. Still quite breezy and still quite choppy. Pretty typical Elizabeth Harbor conditions. Elizabeth Harbor is definitely known for its tight chop, which the kids that sail here all the time are quite used to. That's also affects you differently on different tacks. So on the port tack right now, the waves will be coming from your side, so the boat won't be banging into the waves as much. It'll more be rocking side to side with the waves. And then when you tack on a starboard, you're more going straight into the waves. So a little harder to keep speed going when you're constantly, plowing into the waves. So a little bit of tactics there, but eventually you're gonna have to do both tacks. You can't just do one all the way to the buoy. The course is set up in a way that you have to do multiple tacks to get up to the mark. So at some point you're on port, at some point you're on starboard, and you just got to try to do the best you can to be in the best position at the best time. So as you get closer to Stalking Island, for example, the waves go down, so being on starboard tack isn't quite as bad. You're not facing as much chop. So right now Joss is opening up a bit of a lead on Craig and Tanaj. The rest of the fleet is maintaining their position. It's still very close between Aiden, Caden, Dai, Tyrese, Keanu, Rico, all of those guys pretty close. Emmett is kind of by himself. No one's around him right now. And then behind them, we've got the Green Fleet battle going on between Tiandre and Kai. So yeah, so far so good. We're more than halfway through the third race, and everyone's sailing very, very well. The competition has been tight, which is what we're hoping for. These aren't just the best junior sailors in the Bahamas. These are some of the best sailors, period. Even if the veteran adult sunfish sailors are out here, these guys, I think, would still be where they are. Maybe not all up in first, second, third, fourth, but when we had the Open Nationals in Nassau against the veteran sailors, if you were paying attention, you remember that Alvington McKinsey won that regatta, and he was only 19. And then we had Drake Knowles from Long Island, came second. He was only 13. And then Tanaj Manos from Exuma came third. He's only 17. So the young sailors know how to handle themselves. They spend a lot of time sailing these boats. They have a lot of energy. They have a lot of fitness. And they're very, very smart. They spend hours and hours every week practicing. So not too surprising that, they're really competitive even against the adults. Some great camera work right there. You can see our leaders right there. That's not our leaders. That's Dai right there. And then behind him is Aiden. And behind him is Tyrese. And I believe that's Caden, who's on starboard tack and is going to tack at some point. In the back, you'll see beautiful Stalking Island. That's the western end opening of the harbor right there. So it's much calmer up in there. It's a little flatter water, and you still get really, really good breeze. All right, we are almost at the windward mark. Joss has maintained his lead over Craig, and he's going to be tacking for the mark pretty soon. All right, the race remains close. I don't think we're going to have a lot of close encounters at the mark. All right, so right here, you can see. All right, who's tacking right there? That's Craig tacking right there. Joss tacking right now. Okay, so Craig has taken the lead over Joss, but they're not at the mark yet. But I believe Joss just dipped behind Craig. So now it's going to be really close at the mark. I was not right. It is still going to be close. So hopefully we have some clean roundings. We got tonnage right there at the bottom of your screen as well. Sorry, it's hard to keep the camera straight on these boats while they're bouncing around. All right, so on the right over there, you can see the mark. Okay, here we go. At the mark, we have boats tacking and going around. Oh my goodness, they are all neck and neck again. Tonnage has caught back up. So we got the 3 leaders basically at the same time around the mark. This is going to be a heck of a race all the way to the finish. Wow, what a race. These guys are so good at reading the wind and the shifts and the puffs and knowing where they need to be. I couldn't tell who went around ahead of who. One of the boats with the white sails was first, and then tonnage slipped right in there, and then the other white sail was third. So it's basically a dead tie between everybody, those top 3 guys at the mark, who are also the top 3 on the leaderboard as well. And you can see it's quite a big gap until the next boats are getting to the mark. So those 3 guys are pretty far ahead. The next boat, I believe, is probably, it's going to be either Caden or Aiden. They're going to be right there at the mark. We got a red, white, and blue sail approaching the mark. And Tyrese is tacking at the mark. Wow, Tyrese tacked right in front of him. So those 2 guys get to the mark at the same time as well. Really close racing between these guys. Really impressive. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was Keanu. Yep, that was Keanu at the mark. And he's doing penalty turns, which means he either touched the buoy or he got protested by the boat that was on his windward side. So it looked like he did 1 turn, which means he touched the buoy. So he tacked too close, touched the mark. Someone shouted at him, or he was just going to do his turns anyway, but he did 1 turn. And here our drone is back up in the air. So we've got Aiden around, we got Caden around, we got Rico Major coming to the mark now, Dai Major right behind him, and then we've got Tyrese McKenzie right behind Dai. Dai was really close to that mark. All right, there's Tyrese. He's around. All right, and our leaders are coming downwind, neck and neck and neck. Craig, I believe, is leading the pack. Joss and Tonnage look to be almost tied. So this is going to be a heck of a finish all the way down at the gate and back up here to our finish line. All right, coming to the mark now, that's Emmett. Enjoying, I think, a bit of that calmer water in there. Probably a little drop in the breeze as well. So last time he was at the mark, he had a capsize. Looks like he's around clean this time. I know he's really hoping the wind drops out, along with some of our other younger sailors, I'm sure. Okay, so over there on the right side, you'll see the Green Fleet battle going on. We got Tiandre and Kai very close to each other. I think Tiandre might have taken the lead. On the downwind here, you got Keanu over there on your left with the Bahamas colored sails, and you've got Caden Knowles, I believe. Or no, there's numbers on that sail, so that's Aiden Sumner, who's just ahead of him. Those 2 rounded the mark at the same time. Looks like Keanu touched the mark and had to do a turn. And then that means that would be Caden Knowles over on the right side there with that red, white, and blue sail. And right here in the pink boat, that's Kaylee Burrows in the Green Fleet. She's hanging in there. I know they're getting tired at this point. They've been hiking out for 3 races now, and the abs are getting sore, but they're doing a great job hanging in there. And our leaders are almost here to the trawler, and boy, oh boy, is a dead heat. Dead heat. Joss maybe in the lead or even with Craig, and Tonnage is a boat length behind the two of them, so it's anybody's race right now. It's going to come down to who has a really good gate rounding, and then who can sail upwind for probably about 6-7 minutes to get to the finish line, and who can do that the best. Probably catch a shift in their favor, and that'll seal it. But for right now, you really want to be the first one at that gate. And Craig has just gone past Joss, so Craig is, again, one of our best downwind sailors, and you can see how close Tonnage and Joss are. Tonnage would definitely have the overall advantage in these breeze conditions. With his size, he would have to work not near as hard as the other guys to keep his boat flat. So the other guys are having to work real hard to keep up with him. But right now, boy, it's anybody's race. This is going to come right down to the finish, and there's only 1 point between first and second, Joss and Tonnage, and then another point between Craig. So this is a very important race. Everybody wants this one. They don't want to fall behind going into the race 4. So here's our leaders here. Craig on the bottom right, Tonnage right in the middle, and Joss on the left. Really, really, really close. Again, Tonnage is using that sail that he bought when he was away at the World Championships in Texas last month. So that's the sail that he used in the World Championships. That was a fleet of 100 boats. We had 5 Bahamian sailors there: Tonnage, Alvin, Dai, and Drake and Dawson. Drake and Dawson are brothers from Long Island. They all sailed amazingly. Alvin was 39th out of 100 boats, which is a really, really good finish for him. It was the youngest Bahamian team we ever took to that event, and they really, really performed well. They were very well liked around the site, and everyone really loved having them there. I was able to be their coach, and I had a great time being with the guys. So we're really looking forward to traveling to that event again. Maybe not next year because it's in Ecuador and it's the same time as the Best of the Best regatta, and since most of these guys sail sloops as well, we probably won't make it in 2025, but maybe after that. So on your screen right there, Aiden Sumner, followed closely by Keanu Hutchinson. Aiden's with the BNSS, Keanu is with the ESC, and there's Caden Knowles, Stephen Knowles' son. He's hot on their heels. Had some bad luck. Race number 1, had a collision at the start. Wasn't his fault, but the back end of his sail came untied, and so he actually missed that race. But luckily, we're on schedule to get all 6 or 7 races in, which means he'll be able to toss that finish out, and it won't affect him too bad. So that's the great thing about doing a lot of races. You get to get rid of your worst race. All right, the boys are almost at the gate. Can't tell who's who because it's too close. Here we go. Thank you, Carson. Excellent drone footage as usual. So now it looks like Joss is going to probably get to the left side gate first. And oh my goodness, it's just so close. Tonnage and Craig are just neck and neck. I really hope these boys don't come on board after this and have a bunch of protests for me. It's really, really tight. But this is it. They'll go around these 2 marks here, and then they'll race up to the finish line, and that'll be a wrap for race number 4. So they're like 6 minutes away from the finish right now with the way they've been sailing. They've been sailing so fast. So Joss is around, Craig is around, and Tonnage bails out at the last second. He's deciding to go left. He did not want to get gassed by Craig. That's probably a pretty good call because now he's got decent wind behind Joss. He's not really getting affected. Boy, is he pointing. Holy cow. Oh, he's pinching a bit. He's just making adjustments on his sail. So these guys do have some controls on their sails. They can adjust the bottom part of the sail with an outhaul, and they can adjust the front part of the sail with a Cunningham, and that helps them maintain a little bit of a speed. Despite the conditions, it can change the shape of the sail. And that's when you're getting into, the advanced level stuff. We don't try to bombard all the new kids with all those little controls and details. So right now, it looks like it's very close. Craig has gone off on one side, and the other 2 boys are on the other side, so we'll see what happens. Here's a couple of the new sails we got for the Exuma Sailing Club. We got them from a new sail maker in China called East Sails, and so far they're doing pretty well. We actually like them a lot. They got a wide variety of colors. and we did a bulk order, so it was only $138 a sale. It's a guy in Grand Bahama, Dan Hewitt, who can set you up with it. He used to live in Hong Kong, so he's using his connections to try to get a bunch of sales into the Bahamas. So if you're interested, you can let us know. But so far, I think they're holding up really well for the price, especially. You can see that beautiful sail. It's like the Bahamas colors. That's Keanu right there, number 16. And because they're new, they're actually like really flat, which is good for these conditions because how heavy the wind is. You don't want a sail with too much, what we call belly, too much curve on it. Gives you a little too much power. All right, there's Keanu and Caden rounding the gate at basically the same time. So they're going to be sprinting up to the finish. Keanu he's been hovering around 6th, 7th place in these races, so he really wants to finish as high as possible, see if he can set himself up for a good finish on Sunday. All right, here are the leaders working their way back up. I believe that's Joss in the middle. Tanaj is off to the left. And Craig is way over on the right. So if the wind shifted to the right, Craig would gain a bunch. And if the wind shifted to the left and Joss and Tanaj tacked, they would gain a bunch. So it sounds like it's a gamble and it's just luck, but the guys that do really well, they pay attention to the tendencies of what the wind is doing. If the wind goes right for 5 minutes and then keeps coming back to the left, you kind of have an idea of what it might do. Also, if you look at the forecast before you go racing, you can say, okay, the forecast says the wind is going to consistently move to the east, so you have a good idea that most of your shifts are going to be coming from the right side. So you take all that into consideration, and it is sailing, so there is a bit of luck involved, but it's a ever-evolving, ever-changing race course. It's never the same. Here's young Emmett Knowles coming around the mark. Hot out of the Opti class. Trying to just survive today. He's right in the middle of the pack, doing very well. Okay, I'm going to go up and I'm going to record some finishes because I think this is going to be a close one. So there's Lando. Looks like he had some trouble out on his out haul. His sail came loose again. So he should be able to make that adjustment before the next race. But we'll be back. You're going to continue to enjoy the footage coming from Gray's Media Productions. We'll be right back with the conclusion of race number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is race two. Oh, sorry, race three that just got completed. So we've got one more race today, and so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break as these sailors go ahead and get prepared for the final race of today. And so just stay with us. We're going to show you some replay footage from the race that just took place.
All right, we're here with race number 4, Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals, right here in Elizabeth Harbor. It's another good one. It was a clean start under the U flag, nobody disqualified. Up at the top, over on the right there, you'll have Tanaj and Craig, who would probably be your leaders at this point. Joss went very, very far to the left, so he's probably on the lay to the mark, but whether he'll get there before those guys remains to be seen. Here's Emmett right in the middle of your screen right here. He seems to be doing pretty well in this race. I think the wind has lightened up maybe even a little bit more. We certainly have less chop and less white caps on the harbor right now here where we are on the committee boat. So I think that's going to definitely favor some of the lighter guys who are going to get a bit of a break, not having to hike 100%. There's Tanaj. He tacked on top of Craig. So Tanaj would be ahead of Craig right now. Still don't know where Joss is. He's somewhere far on the left, but we've had 3 races and we've had 3 winners. That's the sign of a pretty good tight regatta, which is just what we like to see. There is a white boat coming in from the left. I don't know if that's him or if that's Dai. I think that might be Joss. Yeah, that is. So him and Tanaj are very close. No surprise there. Looks like Tanaj is going to go across his bow. He's definitely going to try to block him. So Joss is going to tack away, and he'll meet him again at the windward mark, unless he is confident that he can roll him. But right now, Tanaj is in a perfect lee bow position, which means that the bad wind coming off of Tanaj's sail is going to start to affect Joss, and Joss is going to fall back. So the problem is they're already pretty much on the mark. Joss can tack 2 more times and try to get some clear air, but it won't matter too much because they're going to be at the mark very, very soon. So Tanaj is going to be the leader at the mark. Joss is going to be very close. Wow, that was lucky. I don't know why Tanaj tacked. He must have seen a very, very favorable shift. I don't know why he did that. That was a free gift for Joss. But now we've got the BNSS sailors right here. We got Craig, Caden, and 5252 is Rico, and Emmett is up in the mix. You know the wind's lightened up when you see an Emmett near the windward mark. So it's definitely a lot lighter. You can see that we don't have the chop that we had earlier. Guys are scooting in a little bit more. They're not out on the edge of their boat. So now you see Joss had starboard on Tanaj, and now Tanaj is pinned, and neither of them can make the mark. So if Joss wanted to be really ugly, he could run Tanaj past the mark. Oh boy. Yeah, Tanaj can't do that. So if there's a protest, Tanaj will lose that one. Hopefully he'll just do his turns and be done with it. But he definitely cannot tack into another boat. So I expect him to do his turns. He knows he's in the wrong. There he goes. So he's going to just live with it. It's probably the better thing to do anyway. You're in trouble either way, so you know you got to do your turns. So he's going to do 2 spins, and then he'll get back in the fight. In the meantime, Joss is going to keep going. We need to see one more, Tanaj. Unless Joss didn't protest him, which would have been mighty nice of him. All right, so going to the mark right now. Looks like Keanu tacking. We got Nash Cartwright coming to the mark. We've got Aiden Sumner coming to the mark right now. Here's Tyrese at the bottom of your screen. Number 12. The wind lightening up certainly going to seem to favor him, although he seems to be further back than he normally is. I know he had a main sheet issue. One of his main sheet blocks popped off of his boom. There's Nash going around the mark now. So he's another smaller opti sailor who's just moved into the Sunfish, and it's kind of been a bit of trial by fire with some of these young opti sailors with their first Sunfish regatta being such heavy wind. But luckily, it seems to have lightened up a whole lot. So they're going to enjoy this race probably a whole lot more. And the forecast tomorrow looks pretty favorable. Shouldn't be anything they can't handle. Right there in the pink and blue sail, you've got Silas. He unfortunately missed the last race with a broken rudder pin, but he's back in this one. Tacking right underneath him is Adron. Adron has been pretty consistently in this position for most of the regatta so far. Coming up underneath them is Dai. And Dai told me after one of the races that he found a new crack in the bottom of his boat when he went over to the beach to drain it out. So he's definitely taking on some water, which explains why he's slowly and slowly getting further and further back in the fleet. So we'll try to find that crack and fix it for him tonight. And then coming up here to the mark, we've got Who is that? Is that Kai? All right, tacking right there. That's Tiandre. So that must be Kai. The two green fleeters duking it out. There we go. Kai has been consistently better in every race so far, which is great. And now we've got Tiandre and Lando fighting it out at the mark. They're both around clean. And, well, you can tell the wind is lightened up because the fleet is moving much slower. They're not getting down to the gate quite as fast as they used to. So they're all working their way back and forth, trying to get down here, but the wind is lighting up, especially when they're close up under Stalking Island. It'll get better the further they get away from the land. They'll definitely pick up some speed. That's even more reason you want to get around that mark quickly and start your downwind before your competitors even get to the windward mark, because it'll allow you to really put some distance between you and them. All right, there's Dwayne. Dwayne Bain is around the mark. And who's that in the Bahamas sail? What are they doing way back here? If that's not Tiandre, who else would that be? We've seen Tyrese, we've seen Adron, we've seen Keanu. Must be Tiandre had some trouble. He had to do a turn or something. All right, here is Kaylee Gray. She's doing a lot better. The wind lightening up definitely has helped her out a whole lot. So she's around the mark. She's ahead of Kaylee Burrows. Kaylee Burrows will most likely be the final boat around the mark. She's approaching it now. So the fleet is still pretty close. I can look out the window here on the committee boat. I can see them coming downwind. 5-2, 5-2. That's Rico. Seems to have taken the lead. Really close behind him. Boy, everyone's close. We got Rico, Caden, Emmett, Craig, Joss, Tanaj, all 5 seconds away from each other. Like a big clump of boats coming downwind. You can see them right there on your screen. So, yeah, this is going to be a good race once again. The competition for this regatta has been really tight, which is great. We've had 3 races. We've had 3 winners. Joss, Tanaj, and Craig have each won a race so far. Let's see if we'll have a new winner on this one, or if one of the other guys will take 2 bullets today out of the 4 races. But right now, boy, it's close. You can see them all talking to each other. They're all friends. They're all having a good time, but they still want to win. So, boy, looks like Caden's surging ahead there. Yeah. So he's caught some wind, and what you want to try to do in this situation, you just want to try to keep the breeze clear behind your boat. You don't want your competitors getting behind you to take the wind out of your sail. You want to try to keep one eye behind you and one eye in front of you. The eye behind you is to watch for the waves and the puffs and shifts coming behind you, but you also want to make sure your competitors aren't swerving in front of you and taking your breeze, because as soon as they get that sail behind yours, you're going to start slowing down pretty quickly. So I would imagine that you're going to see some splitting at the gate. You're not going to have all these guys going around the same side. That wouldn't make any sense. So here's Nash right there in the middle of your screen. He's doing surprisingly well coming out of Opties. He's another one of the smaller sailors. And then behind him is Tyrese. Tyrese is also an Opti sailor. Those 2 guys just raced each other last month in the Opti Nationals, along with Emmett and Little D, Dallas Clark. So there are Opti sailors that have moved into Sunfish, and they're pretty excited about it. They like the increased speed in these boats. All right, look at that shot. Boy, is this even or what? My goodness, we got a line of 4 boats. Great footage right there, man. Excellent. So now everyone's maneuvering for space. They're all on starboard tack, okay, which means leeward boat has right away. So that would start with Joss, then Craig, then Rico, then Caden. So if one of them starts to move up, the other ones have to give him space. And we definitely have some overlaps here. So Caden would have buoy room, mark room at the gate to go around first, which means Joss, Emmett, and Tanaj most likely will go to the other side, I would imagine. And the pressure would be on Caden and Rico to have a really good buoy rounding. Otherwise, Craig will definitely be trying to swoop in there and get windward of the 2 of them. But this is really razor thin leads right here. Look at this. The junior fleet is really working hard to elevate their level of sailing. We're really impressed with how well everyone's doing getting these guys where they are today. So this is really, really fun to watch. Last year, the fleet was a little more spread out. I would say Craig and Joshua Weech kind of ran away with it. So this is a lot of fun to see tight competition between all these guys. They're going to be super excited tonight when we have our little barbecue around the sailing club there. They'll all be chattering and having a good time. No one will be way ahead. Everyone will be very close and excited and nervous for tomorrow. So this is great. A lot of fun to watch. And Emmett is more than happy to have those guys start dueling with each other. He's just going to try to sneak up in there. So let's see which way he decides to go. Looks like Joss went far left on the first lap. Tanaj kind of played the middle a little bit more. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun to see what's going to happen here. All right, we're getting close to the gate. We should see it. There it is right there. So they'll make a decision on which side they want to go. Craig, looks like Craig has moved ahead now. Okay. So Craig is going to have the option, and Joss can even follow him on that side there. It looks like they may have pulled ahead. I don't think Joss can, but Craig definitely will have rights to go around first. And I'm betting Joss is going to go to the other side. So let's see what happens here. Let's keep the drone right on this action in case there's any protest or anything. We can get a really good view. Wow. Talk about dead even. All right, so Joss is around, and then Caden and Craig are around. Craig, come on. All right. So here we go. Rico's pushing up inside. A little bit of a sloppy rounding from Caden. Allowed Rico to get the jump on him. So we have the 3 Exuma sailors going to the right and the 3 BNSS sailors going to the left. I couldn't have drawn that up any better. So now Joss has tacked. He must have caught a lift early because he's already clear ahead of those guys. So going off to that side definitely paid off. Now they got to watch out for the traffic coming downwind. Those boats coming downwind could be on port or starboard tack. And the same port and starboard rules apply. Doesn't matter whether a boat's going upwind or downwind. Starboard tack boats would still have right-of-way over port tack boats. So Keanu's around. He was lucky. He had a nice buoy rounding all to himself. Here's Nash. Nope, that's Aiden Sumner. My apologies. There's Nash. Lost his tiller. Touched the mark. Oh, boy. Slipped out of his hand. Let's see if he does his turns. No, he's hooked on the mark. It's definitely no good. You got to get that Diger board up. So, yeah, there's no doubt that he touched that mark. So he needs to get his Diger board up as quickly as he can. It's definitely stuck. He's trying. He should be used to that from Opties. Opties are notorious for grabbing buoys. So Tyrese is going to take advantage of that. He must be getting tired too. That's a sloppy rounding from Tyrese. He's taking a long time getting that sail in. All right, Nash is sailing again. I haven't seen any turns yet. Here we go. Good boy. So he's doing his turns. Sailing is a self-policing sport. You commit a penalty, you do the appropriate action, which is a full 360. So he is in the clear, and he can keep on sailing now. If he did not do that turn, and we clearly saw him touch that mark, we would have to disqualify him from the race. So it's much more in your interest just to do that 10-second penalty turn and then keep racing rather than get disqualified. So this is interesting. We have the 2 Green Fleet leaders rounding at the exact same time. Kai is on your left side of your screen and Tiandre is on the right, and those are the 2 leaders in the Green Fleet right now. So that should be fun to watch them finish up and see. Oh, my apologies. Here's Kai. So Kai's right here, and I think that might be Tiandre behind him. So that must have been Adron that went around the mark and Dai that went around the mark at the same time. So there's Kai. He's moving real fast. Look at him. All right. He's got to work on tightening up that rounding a little bit. Here's Lando. Lando's going to work his way back upwind. All right. Beautiful sailing. Beautiful sailing. It's definitely lightened up quite a bit. It's much more comfortable now. Not as hectic as it was before. Yeah, that's Tiandre right there. So Kai has moved ahead of Tiandre in the leaders of the Green Fleet now. There's Kaylee Gray and Dwayne And that last white sail coming downwind would be Kaylee Burrows. And I would be shocked if her boat wasn't also leaking and taking on some water, because she's significantly far behind, which would not be normal for her. So going upwind here over on the right, that's probably Joss and Emmett, since they went to the right. So Emmett, I can guarantee you, is going to be well up into this race in this light wind. He is a terror when the wind gets light and really hard to beat. He's very clever. He knows how to keep his boat moving fast. That's him on the left. And that's Craig on the right. So Emmett and Craig over here, who haven't raced each other since Opties in 2022, but now they're back competing against each other in the Sunfish class. And Emmett may even find his way into the lasers, probably only in the Ilka 4s though, so he probably won't race Craig in anything else except for the Sunfish, and maybe even in the sloops at best of the best. But there's Craig Ferguson, last year's champion, number 197, and there's Emmett, 197 BAH. So those two are really, really close. And the other guys off there to the left, that would be the group with Tanaj, Joss, Caden, and Rico. Let's see where everybody's stacking up after a couple attacks. All right, so I'm betting that's Joss on port, the white sail. Yep. And there's Tanaj. He's also just tacked onto port, which means he probably couldn't cross Joss, so he tacked underneath. And there's Rico underneath those two guys. So pretty tight between them. Good to see them all really, really close. This is great competition. So there's Joss, number 17. There's Rico, number 5-2. And there's Tanaj, number 5-4. Everybody is dead even. I would say these two are probably your leaders right here. I think they're going to go pretty much one long tack here on port, and they're going to be very close to the mark by the time they get up there. Craig and Emmett are going to have to tack and come all the way back towards them. So I don't see... I would guess that Joss and Tanaj will be ahead of them at that point. The wind did shift slightly to the right before this race, so we did adjust the windward mark slightly. So there's a chance that it would rotate back to the left. And of course, if that happens, you're going to see major advantages for Joss and Tanaj. And then, of course, the opposite is true. If the wind switches to the right, you're going to see big gains from Craig and Emmett if they tack. So that's what happened at the end of the race before. Craig was third around the gate going to the finish. He split. He got a nice shift in his favor, and he ended up winning that race. So it's not over till it's over. Joss doesn't like what he sees. He's getting headed too much. He's going to tack. They're both not on the lays to the mark yet, so they both got a ways to go. So yeah, this is going to be, should be a good finish. You're seeing some tactical dueling going between the guys. Here's Keanu coming straight at us. He likes to get his arm out and get a little more leverage on the hiking there. It's a great shot. You can see the deck of the boat. So here's Rico right here in the middle of your screen. Tanaj is to the right. He just tacked, and there's Joss to the left. So really, really good competition. There's Craig and Emmett all the way over there, way further upwind, but much farther to the right. So this should be good. Everyone's spread out. I like it. Everyone's got their own space. Joss had a bit of a slow tack there. The wind is definitely lightening up. So Tanaj, who's a little heavier and a little taller, won't have the same advantages he had, but right now it looks like he's moving quite well. I think he's probably going to go ahead of Joss. And that's a brand new Sunfish hull donated to the Exuma Sailing Club by the Sandals Foundation. So we really want to thank them for helping us get this boat. For a long time, our fleet of Sunfish has been in very bad shape, a lot of old boats, leaky boats. So it's good to have a brand new boat in the fleet, which we will definitely do a very good job of taking care of. So thank you, Sandals Foundation, Jeremy Mutton, Slovakia Watson, all you guys for helping make this happen. We really appreciate it. The kids appreciate it. And we're definitely going to take really good care of that boat. In case you were wondering what you have to spend if you want a brand new Sunfish, they're not cheap. They're $7,500 in the States, brand new. And then you gotta ship it down to Florida, and you gotta put it on a boat and you got to get it over here to the Bahamas, and then you got to pay your VAT on it and everything else. So it ends up at the end of the day almost $10,000 for a brand new boat. Sailing is not a cheap sport. And our drone almost got knocked out of the air by Joss's gaff boom there. That was extremely close. I don't know how Carson does it, how he keeps track of everything, but yeah, that was a close call. So here's Joss and Tanaj. They're way over on the left side of the course. You can see the windward mark and that little white boat right up there in the middle. All right, so Tanaj has crossed Emmett. And, ooh, we got some serious boat weight coming through. Look at that. Ugh. Yeah, Tanaj, probably a good idea not to take that head on. And I don't think he was going to cross Craig anyway. So, boy, is it close between these guys. Joss just can't stop tacking. He's always tacking. I think he doesn't want to take those waves head on as well. So everyone's choosing to take the waves broadside, which won't affect your speed as much. But I think at the windward mark, it's going to be tight once again. Then we'll have a very intense, probably a little quieter downwind. I don't think they'll be talking quite as much. But yeah, this is great, great conditions. It's a lot lighter now. Beautiful, beautiful conditions in Elizabeth Harbor. I hope we get something similar tomorrow as well. Maybe a little more breeze, but really, really beautiful, fun, and relaxing sailing. So we've got our current crop of leaders right here in race 4 at the Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals. Our far left of your screen, Joss Knowles. And then moving to the right, Tanaj Manos, Craig Ferguson, Emmett Knowles, and Rico Major. So we've got 3 BNSS sailors and 3 Exuma Sailing Club sailors at the front of the pack. And in the background, you see the beautiful, beautiful Elizabeth Harbor. We call that Starfish Beach straight ahead. Popular tourist hangout. Coming right down here on Rico Major. He saw that he could not cross Craig, so he decided to tack. Rico also a pretty tall guy, so the breeze definitely would have favored him earlier on. They are getting closer to that mark. It's right up where that light water and the dark water meet. And it's going to be interesting to see who can be on starboard at the right time and get to that mark first. Going to be close. I would say right now Tanaj would have the advantage, and then Joss and Craig look to be about dead even, and then Rico and Emmett following behind them. If this wind continues to lighten up, Emmett would be pretty fast on the downwind, so he might gain on these guys a little bit, but I think it's going to be really, really close who can get to this mark first. You can definitely see the wind lightening up a bit. Hardly any white caps on the water right now, especially as they approach this windward mark. It's going to get even lighter and shiftier, and that tends to give sailors fits and can be extremely frustrating because you'll be in a good position and then you can lose it, or on the same side you'll be in a bad position and you can gain a whole bunch. So the name of the game at this point is keep your boat moving fast. Try to think ahead on where you want to position yourself as you approach that windward mark. Ideally, you want to be tacking onto starboard pretty close to the mark. You do not want to be approaching from too far away, because if you're approaching from too far away, it gives your opponents a chance to come and tack right in front of you and give you bad wind, which is most likely what's going to happen to Rico. So Rico is going to tack any second now, and he's going to be on the ley line, but then Craig is going to tack right in front of him. And Rico's going too far, so he sailed himself off the ley line. So Craig is on the ley line, or more or less, and now Tanaj is probably going to barely cross Craig and then tack between Craig and the wind to try to gas him. And then Craig's going to slowly lose speed and have to do 2 more tacks before he gets to the mark. Yeah, so he's just going to get that tack done now. Now, Joss's best move would be to go beyond where he thinks the ley line is and then tack. He doesn't want to really tack right behind Tanaj, but he's going to go right there between Tanaj and Craig. So here's your 3 leaders. Each of these guys have won a race, and now they are first, second, and third going into race 4. So it does not get any closer than this. Tanaj is first around the mark. And now he's got to try to hold these two guys off on the whole downwind. So there's Joss around, and he is followed immediately by Craig. Looks like we got a clean rounding. Nobody's touching the mark. Here's Rico. So Rico's going to be very close to making that mark. He may have to do a quick double tack or luff up around it. He's pinching, and he's around. And then right behind him is Emmett. So Emmett's got to make up about 20 seconds on the pack. See if he can keep his boat moving. His best strategy right now would be to get that dagger board up and lean out and get that boom as high in the air as he can to catch as much breeze as he can and get the hull of the water out of the water, the hull of the boat out of the water to resist some of the drag, and he should be able to gain some speed and maybe catch some of these guys. All right, so we're bringing the drone in for a recharge, and we'll try to catch the finish with the drone. Right now we're shooting from the deck of the committee boat, so it is a little difficult to keep the camera steady. There's number 19 is Dallas Clark. Right ahead of him is Kaylee Gray, and it is Kaylee Gray's birthday today. So happy birthday, Miss Kaylee. She just tacked right there. Should be a really good finish between all these guys. Everyone, I mean, I'm really anxious to see the scores. When the dust settles at the end of today, I think everything's going to be very close. The top three guys will have a significant lead on the rest of the fleet, but amongst themselves, they're going to be very, very close. You won't be able to say anybody has a real advantage going into tomorrow. And then going down the fleet, like Emmett and Keanu and Tyrese for sure, and Aiden, Rico, Caden, these guys are going to be very close to each other in points. So tomorrow is going to be extremely important. Every race is going to matter, and then you start talking about throwaways and getting rid of one of your worst races. So, the standings can change very, very quickly. And we're going to be giving out the top 3 awards for the championship overall fleet, and then the top 3 awards for the green fleet. The green fleet only has 5 rookie sailors in it, so 3 out of 5 of them will be walking away with some hardware. We also have, of course, other prizes, sportsmanship award and some other things. So never give up, keep sailing hard, and you never know what will happen. And of course, try to have some fun. Sailing can be extremely frustrating sometimes, or it can be one of the most amazing experiences you can ever have. So it teaches you discipline and patience and attention to detail. You got to make sure your boat is working properly. You got to make sure all your parts are where they need to be. So these guys that have paid attention to their boats, the boats have rewarded them with some good finishes. And then some people have had some bad luck, some pieces breaking and popping on their boats and stuff. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now to the end of day one of the Bahamas Sunfish Junior National. It was an incredible day. We're done now. All the sailors are heading back into the cove and are going to get ready for dinner tonight. But coming up that race, Joss came out in first. Second place was Tanaj Manos, both from the Exuma Sailing Club. And then third place was Rico. And so those are your top three. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the broadcast today. Hopefully the weather is just as good tomorrow as it was today, and we can have another incredible day of sailing. Thanks again for tuning in. Once again, this is the Bahamas Sunfish Junior Nationals taking place right here in Exuma, Bahamas. Until tomorrow, we'll see you.